Welcome to regular session Mayor and City Council meeting 6 p.m. Wednesday, July 2nd, 2025. City Hall Complex, Council Chambers. Call this meeting to order. Would you please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? Councilman Doyle. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Could you please all stay standing? I want to do our dual respect. We lost a teenager, which was daughter of a city employee, and would like to honor her with a moment of silence. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it. We move to call to the public. Got Dan Dillinges. Could you please come up? Dillinges, I said it? Please state your name and address, and you got 3 minutes, sir.
Okay, it's on now. Hello, my name is Dan Dellinges. I am the chairman for the Republican Party of Santa Cruz County. And some issues were brought to my attention a few days ago, earlier in the week, regarding the 4th of July event. Now, I know there was a lot of angst, a lot of confusion. I hope to keep the peace with that and bring a few things to light and maybe make it better in the future. I can't apologize for, I don't control what people think. That's First Amendment. They're calling you, and I know some angry things were said. So I won't apologize for them, but you won't get that from me. But it came across that a foreign national, whether it was or not, that's how it came to me, would be officiating, emceeing the event at the 4th of July at Fleischer Park. The entire event, and it would be in Spanish. And that proved to be unacceptable, to say the least, quite a few people that called me and called you. I really still don't know what the situation is with that. I did come down and I spent quite a bit of time with Mr. Kramer, and you folks treated me really, really well. I really enjoyed the time that we had. We were able to talk, try to figure out some things. But in the future, what I'd like to see is more representation by the community, including ourselves, for planning these events. This is a national event. It's the United States of America, 149th 4th of July event. It's an American holiday. It has nothing to do with anything that's happened before then. This is our country. And so folks were offended. I still don't know what you're going to do. But next year, I hope we can be on some board or committee for planning the 250th anniversary of our country. And I think that might be better. Also invite the public to maybe have some input, because it's going to be very important. And I'd like to see, the patriotism. I moved down to this community partly because it was incredibly patriotic. But it had quite a mixture of both sides of the border. And believe me, that's why I'm here. I had a choice between Ajo and here, after working down here along the border for about 18 years. And I chose here, even though I live up in Tubac. And not to offend anyone, but I have to leave early because I live across the river at Chavez Siding, and I want to make sure I get home tonight. Sorry it had to happen. I hope my message is clear, and I look forward to talking with you all again. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, we move on to Marco Antonio Flores, Sr. Please state your name and address, please. You got 3 minutes.
Yeah, Marco Antonio Flores at 229 North Grand Avenue. Addressing Mary Darlene. Is she here? Okay, we're not addressing Mary Darlene, but I want this to go on record. First, I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to Mary Darlene for spearheading the refurbishment of the beautiful county dorm. Long overdue. It is one of the most beautiful buildings in the state and a crown jewel of the Sacred Heart of Santa Cruz County. I'm also aware that you have made significant contributions to the community, for which I'm grateful. I am deeply concerned, though, that in your nomination for the library board, your party's support for the LGBTQ culture is a conundrum, fearing that it will spill over into the library board's constitution. As a practicing devout Catholic Christian by the Roman Rite, I have to stand on the fundamental principles, bedrock in the gospel of Christ, that any lifestyle that pushes to indoctrinate young, innocent minds by introducing them to indecent books or literature of that kind that is not appropriate to their age bracket, or to bring drag queens for reading sessions or superfluous entertainment of adult in nature. Then that line has been crossed. As clearly as I am standing here, if that line is even contemplated to be crossed by the aforementioned, I will assure you, members of different Christian fellowships will pack this room, and parents protesting their child's support of innocence, extending out to the lobby and out to the steps of this building. So I ask, please, do not test our resolve. Mary Darlene, I'm sure this council will vote you in. To you and members of the library board, it is a noble cause to undertake this community service, but you are no strangers of giving yourself to others. This community service, to some extent, may be unglorified, but it is dignified. So do what is appropriately responsible to the natural law enshrined in our hearts, minds, and souls by the very one who created us.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have Mr. Fred Miller. 3 minutes, sir.
Hello, my name is Fred Milner. Greetings to everyone here. I live at 321 North Arroyo Boulevard, and I'm here to address the same issue, the nomination of Mary Darlene to the library board. I also want to say thank you to Mary, who I'm a school teacher, and she would come and read on a yearly basis to the kids. She promoted literacy. I'm grateful to all her service to our community. However, I also believe it's important to consider some other implications of this appointment. Libraries used to be safe places, but they're no longer safe places in a lot of terms. They become the battleground for competing worldviews that shape not only policy, but also the moral and cultural foundation we pass on to our children. My understanding is Mary currently serves as co-chair of the local Democratic Party, and it's not insignificant that she's going to be on this board. The party she represents, at least to my understanding, has increasingly aligned itself with ideologies that concern many in our community. Ideologies rooted in Marxist philosophy, social reengineering, critical race theory, gender ideology, movements like BLM. While often promoted in the name of justice, they frequently push agendas that conflict with traditional values and even scientific truth. Let me be clear, this is not a personal attack on Mary, but when those in leadership positions advocate for ideas that reject foundational truths about biology, morality, and the family, we must ask whether those ideas reflect the values of the people of Nogales. In our public library children's section, books like I Am Jazz, it's a book in our children's section. It promotes the idea that a child can choose their sex. These are not neutral stories, they are ideological tools. There are many books in our library. I've been kind of browsing, and they're in the children's section, they're in the youth section, and they promote ideas that in Europe, many countries are cutting back on promoting transition, gender transition, and things like that. As a Christian, I believe that all people are created with value and dignity, and that we are all broken in some way. I have friends and loved ones who struggle with gender identity issues, and I love them deeply. But love does not mean affirming what is harmful. Sin is real, and sin hurts. So what's the answer? Here's some suggestions. Please publicize that our library board is seeking members to promote literacy and guide taxpayer-funded content, among other things. Make sure library policy regarding book purchasing contains a vetting process that would be acceptable to our community. Perhaps the board could reach out to parents and citizens rather than just take guidance from the American Library Association. Our founding fathers believed that in truth that is self-evident, there's boys, there's girls, grounded in God, not in subjective feelings or political trends. John Adams wrote, "The general principles on which the fathers achieved independence were the general principles of Christianity." Without these principles, truth, moral order...
Miller, could you, that's remarks.
Okay. Thank you. It's our job as a city council to promote life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we go to recognitions. Recognitions of Ms. Janet Sanchez as per response and action in a critical situation to contribute to the well-being of a community member, and of Robin Runyon of giving back to the community through his services as first responder and his instructions in CPR and first aid.
Thank you, Council, City Manager Joe Estes. Appreciate the opportunity today that we could recognize the efforts that the Nogales Fire Department has the opportunity every day to make somebody's life better. Today it was a citizen that we're recognizing that took that step and started the wheels running so that person can actually survive, be happy, and live their life by the same values that the fire department has. So we'd like to introduce Battalion Chief Ray DeAlbini to recognize this recognition.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, thank you for letting me talk tonight. On the evening of May 23rd, 2025, Ms. Janessa Santos, an employee of South 32, went to the Oasis movie theater. She thought it was just gonna be a normal night. She had to go to the bathroom. She came out from the bathroom and saw a little girl about 6 years old choking. Her older teenage sister didn't know what to do. Due to a class that she'd just taken, which is CPR and first aid, she, while nervous, realized what she needed to do. She asked security to call 911, and she began doing the Heimlich maneuver. For those of you who do not know what the Heimlich maneuver is, you reach around a person, push into their stomach, and force air from their stomach to release the object that's choking her. She performed this, and prior to the arrival of PD in the fire department, she was able to expel the object that was choking off the girl's airway. Now, brain death happens in 5 to 7 minutes. Tell you how significant this is. Okay, 5 to 7 minutes. From the point our dispatch center received the call to the point our personnel arrived on scene was 7 minutes. Okay, so seconds are of the essence. Because of her actions, the girl was fine. Her mom showed up and she refused care and went home with her mom. Okay. If it wasn't for Robin's actions and his teaching on how to do this procedure and how to teach it, make his students feel comfortable, she would not have had the courage to do this in public. Okay, and I would like to thank both of them for what they've done and helping our citizens. Ready?
As a community, it takes an instructor, it takes the goodwill of a listener and somebody to behave. We're a certificate of appreciation in recognition of the extraordinary courage, swift action, and selfish service in performing a life-saving CPR first aid on a stranger in need. Your bravery and compassion exemplify the highest values of humanity and community. With deep gratitude and respect, we honor your heroism. Thank you for your exceptional instruction and dedication to CPR training. One of your students was empowered to save a life. Your knowledge and commitment directly contributed to the saving of a life, providing that your teaching has a lasting and powerful impact. Thank you.
I remember when I first started, CPR was one of my priorities, and I hope we could bring it back and continue with that, because basically, you know, this is one great thing that happened. It's basically a sample of what I've always talked, that you never know when we're going to need it. We never know who's going to use it. But the more we have in the community, the better and safer we'll be. Thank you.
Agreed.
Go ahead.
Agreed. We have a grant, and hopefully that we can perform that and supply the same teachings that have done to outreach into the community. And we should get results on that, I believe, in September.
For that grant, no, it's getting submitted tomorrow morning. After that, 3 months.
3 months, and then we could hit the whole year.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for everything you guys do. Thank you. Great job. Thank you, South 32, for having these training. Great job. Now we move on to presentations. Presentation by Olivia Insa from Nogales, Santa Cruz County Chamber of Commerce regarding fiscal year 2024-2025.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Olivia Ainsa, 123 West Kino Park, Nogales, Arizona. And I'm here to give the presentation about the support that the city of Nogales, has been giving to the Nogales Santa Cruz Chamber of Commerce and Visitor Center. And with that, I would like to introduce to Alexis Kramer that she is going to be doing the presentation on tourism. And I hope that.
Thank you. Well, good evening, Honorable Mayor, elected City Council, County City Manager, and elected community members. It's an honor to be here. It's actually quite a transformative change. The last time I was here to speak to you all, actually, Councilwoman Melendez, you may remember this 10 years ago, where we were introducing the idea of social media. And that was transformative. Everybody was joining in. We wanted to be part of this momentum. And we wanted to share with you today just the momentum and incredible work that our team has developed in the last 10 years and how this has contributed to the success of tourism here for City of Nogales. So with that, I'd like to actually kick it off with probably our most proud accomplishment just of this year alone. We are officially recognized with the Arizona Department of Tourism as an officially accredited Arizona Visitor Information Center. And this is in part now to building strong fundamental relationships at the state level. And so now we have access to featured resources. We're working with the marketing teams, the trade relations team, the international trade and convention centers team. This just opened up a fruitful abundance of opportunities for us because they looked at us and said, wow, you're actually a city that's transforming the digital footprint because you've helped businesses get on Google. You understand the power of social media. So now with that also, our young team members here, Fernanda and Nick, are going to be accredited where they're going to be receiving certifications to actually assist visitors who are impaired, who are wheelchair accessible, who are autistic, any of those disabilities, because we want to cater to all of our tourists and keep ourselves, of course, just making sure that we're not only following guidelines, but welcoming people of all walks of life. Part of this as well is now we're a part of a cooperative marketing program, as I shared. And what exactly does that mean? So looking into the future now, because of our strong presence that we've developed on social media, one of our favorite things that we've always liked to go back to is our strong presence on TripAdvisor, our positive reviews, our videos. One of our videos now that we just actually did with in collaboration with social media influencer, who is a community spokesperson in Tucson, she featured Cocina La Ley, and within 24 hours, that video on Instagram landed over 30,000 views organically. So this is just showing how powerful the testament is to work not only in partnership with city entities, with spokespeople, with media outlets. We're really looking at just now, what does the future lie for us? And this is what we've accomplished thanks to your support in the last 10 years. And now, as I shared too about media missions, we're looking at international publications. We're looking at how can we start attracting back our international tourists? Because unfortunately with the pandemic, we suffered consequences of a decline in international tourism from Japan, France, the Netherlands, Canadians. They were a huge part of that. If you remember, there are a lot of us that were practicing our French in high school. We would go to the tourism center because that's where we could do it. But now, unfortunately, we've seen the decline, but we want to kick that up. So we're working and inviting journalists from all over the world to come back. So if they want to go to our wineries, if they want to go on the bird trails, if they want to go on historical excursions, historical opportunities here with the museum, we're all touching those places because of these marketing tactics that we're looking into. Another ongoing marketing collaboration that we have, as I touched on, we're working with social media influencers. We actually have a Phoenix-based social media influencer named Senor Foodie, and he's going to be participating in a 2-day tour of our local restaurant scene. So he's actually coming back. He already did one feature with us, one partnership, and he loved it so much. He's like, absolutely, I'm coming back. Give me a list of restaurants, and he's going to be part of featuring everything from Pinitos, Cocina La Ley, Caracu, our hotels, just making our city show how vibrant and how welcoming it is to people who are, of course, following him on social media. And how has this uplifted our economic impact? In just this year alone, we've seen an increase in welcoming visitors of over 16,000 people. So that includes state tourists, out-of-state tourists, international tourists. So we're all welcoming here at the Visitor Center physically, but also virtually. So this is something that we're also very proud to say that this is why we also launched a new website. We have an engaging calendar of events. We're extending our footprint on social media because we know that people are where? On their smartphones, they're Googling, they want to know more. So part of that too is we're actually using artificial intelligence to optimize our website and actually figuring out how we can talk to our people directly with the power of AI. So that's something that's actually on the horizon, which we're really excited about, thanks to the young minds that we have right here. So that has actually contributed to $19.2 million in just 2023. So that's the impact that our visitors are making here locally and contributing to our small business communities. And with also part of this, we're continuously looking for new partnership opportunities with our influencers, but not just showing our, wonderful areas to visit, restaurants. We're also looking at small businesses, recognizing our fresh produce industry, recognizing our historical galleries or museums. One of our featured videos that we did on Mas Melons, highlighting the impact of that business itself on the fresh produce industry, has landed over 16,000 views in a month. And that was just organically, because we're showing how vibrant our tourist side is, but also our fresh produce industry and our local business community. And the local business owners are, of course, ecstatic because it's free publicity, but this is what we do behind the scenes because we want to empower them as well. We're also continuously looking at new events. So the Holiday Light Parade, that was a very successful event that we feature on our social media events. Dia de los Muertos, Fiestas de Mayo. So these are events that we're continuously making sure that we're not only emphasizing for the local community to participate, but also for our tourists to come and see and experience our beautiful culture. And also moving forward, how does it support our ongoing workforce development? So we want to work, and this is where Lisa Gonzalez, the chairwoman of one of our committees, will highlight this, is we're working on finding new funding opportunities, finding new partnerships. If you remember back also 10 years ago, I introduced the idea of Small Business Saturday. So this is where we're actually still fulfilling that. We still have those strong partnerships all the way from Small Business Administration to American Express and Google. This is where we're making our small business owners feel that they have the right tools to be successful when people from out of the state or local come to visit them. And also, one other key element that I do want to call out on is our emphasis on bilingual material and also on new maps and brochures. So that way, when people can physically visit us, they get access to the right printed information, but it's also accessible on our website. So people, if they want to look at it on their phones, if they want to see more, it's always going to be available digitally. Now, what does it look like here and moving forward? So our forecast is looking incredibly strong with our digital footprint. We're focusing more on ecotourism, our wine region, and our cultural heritage, just of the success that we've already done with these digital marketing campaigns. So we're going to be extending more on our fam tours, working with local bloggers, and we're actually looking to invite international bloggers to be part of this, so that way they can share the story and from their unique lens. And also we're incorporating now new travel packages. We're going to be working with local organizations, one of them being Borderlandia, where we're going to be focusing now on the cultural side of events. So for example, highlighting the Cheese Bean Tour. That was a tour that we planned together to just test to see how successful it would be. And it was a hit. It's completely sold out. Another popular tour is the Taco Tour. Sold out within 2 days. So we're seeing that people are very interested in these cultural experiences. So now we're doing this in partnership with these entities from, like I mentioned, Borderlandia to Macacray National Historical Park, the Primeria Alta Museum. So we're working with our local partners so they can have, of course, direct access to what we're building. And then also, of course, is now with the economic development partnership that we have at South 32 is making sure that those small businesses have access to these additional resources that Lisa will, of course, illustrate more in depth with. So in conclusion, of course, we can talk your ear off, but if there's any additional questions, we'd love to answer them. But if not, I'd like to pass it over to my colleague, Lisa, who can touch more about what's happening right now with one of our committees.
Thank you. You want to hold off the questions till the end? Okay, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor Maldonado, council members, my fellow community members. My name is Lisa Gonzalez. I'm on the board of the Nogales Santa Cruz County Chamber of Commerce, and I'm also the chair of its Economic Development Committee. In my capacity as a chair, I've worked with my fellow board members and committee members, along with our president and South 32, to create and implement the Nogales Santa Cruz County Chamber of Commerce South 32 Vendor Readiness Program. This program is a collaborative process to identify, coach, and certify businesses to meet the immediate, near-term, and long-term needs of South 32, both at the mine in Patagonia and locally at the El Centro in Nogales. Through our efforts, we've been able to certify over 20 businesses as vendor ready. So vendor ready means that the businesses have been properly formed, they have a sustainable business plan, They are licensed with all applicable insurance and certifications required for operation, and they've completed the South 32 onboarding process, which is a very detailed process. This program is available to businesses of any size and has included services ranging from a one-person credit card processing to an equipment manufacturer. So, and probably the best point I can make is that the tools and the skills that these businesses are learning in the vendor readiness program are not only applicable to South 32. We're coaching them to in skills like planning, marketing, budgeting, and forecasting. So when they come out of our program, they're going to be able to do business with, any other large corporations within the county, or, they can grow their business if that's what they want to do. For services that South 32 has identified a need for that don't already exist in the county, we're trying to identify local entrepreneurs and work with them to build new businesses. For example, they're going to need ice delivery service. We haven't found anybody who really has that service just honed in right now, so we'll work with local entrepreneurs to help them build that service. And then if there are any services that don't currently exist in Santa Cruz County, but exist out of the county, we're talking to those businesses and trying to tell them the benefit of locating here in Santa Cruz County, or at least having a presence in Santa Cruz County, having a business license in Santa Cruz County, and just really trying to encourage businesses to relocate here and look at all the benefits that we can offer. In the coming months, we're going to be offering workshops for businesses that are what we're calling curious, the South 32 Curious. And those are businesses that want to know what's involved with working with South 32, how immediate it is, what the timeline is. And we're going to kind of get them ready to go through the process and hone their own business skills so that they'll be prepared to work with South 32, or they'll grow their business organically. And we're also working with South 32 to create a business development program to help us reach even more local businesses and provide resources for them. So we're hoping that's going to provide us with kind of more coaching opportunities, access to capital, and other resources. That's it.
Thank you. You have something else? Go ahead.
Yes,
Go ahead.
thank you. With that said, we also, since 2020, when the pandemic was going on, we also created what we call the Small Business Resource Marketplace. It's a hub where businesses can go ahead and attend and look for any assistance, like Lisa mentioned, about the business plans, financing, and everything else. But they are not subject to be members of the Chamber of Commerce. This is open to the whole community, which is really good. Something that we would like to mention, since we started this program about South 32 Vendor Readiness Program, since we started it in March, so far we have 15 businesses already certified to do business with the mine. And I have to say, and I think I saw Pat here, I think he left. Oh, Pat. They already hiring and using local businesses under their vendor program, which is really good, because that's exciting that we're seeing that what they promised to use local vendors, they are doing it. So thank you, Pat, for supporting the local businesses. Now, that's under that program, but under the Small Business Resource Marketplace, which is the business hub for Nogales and Santa Cruz County, we had already certified 250 businesses. And adding to that, that is giving, like Alexis mentioned, that is giving the opportunity to local businesses to participate, not only with the mine, but with the rest of the world. We have businesses now that they're learning how to use e-commerce, how to sell by e-commerce. We have success stories that they are very pleased with the services, because we go through the whole guidance on how we're going to go ahead and make them success in their business. And another opportunity that we're seeing right now at the chamber is that we're becoming the entrance of businesses coming to the community. Like right now, I'm working with the executive committee that they were looking to relocate a calling center to Nogales, Arizona. We're working on that. They want to start with 80 people right away. And by the end of the year, they want to go ahead and increase it to 180, okay? The problem in here is that they have certain restrictions, and the opportunity to find the place for them is not a lot. So we're working in every single angle to go ahead and see if we can go ahead and relocate them over here. The other ones that we're working right now, it's another manufacturing company that are trying to open the doors here in Nogales and Santa Cruz County. So the Chamber of Commerce is becoming like the hub for all these businesses that are trying to relocate or open their businesses in Nogales, Arizona, which is really great. We're working really hard, not only to bring them over here, to give him another concept of what a border town is. And like Alexis mentioned, our numbers, and I sent you the quarterly report yesterday, and our numbers from last year to this year, we increased 38.8%. But those, pardon me? 39%. But those visitors are great. We want to see more, but we want them to stay in Nogales or in Santa Cruz County. Unfortunately, because of the bad media and whatever the press is releasing, they just come for the day. So once they come over here, and we tried at the visitor center and by every venue that we can, we want to change that conception that they have. But once they come over here, they meet people, they see what is really a border town, and like Nogales, there's no other place. They change their concept. So they could be our ambassadors to go and tell the media is wrong. This is what it is. And that's what, with all these resources and all this planning that we're doing through the tourism side, that's where we're getting all the attention. And that's why influencers are interested in coming and visiting Nogales. So those are the opportunities that we're seeing, not only on the tourism side, but also we're seeing a lot of movement right now when it comes to the business community, with businesses trying to relocate or open here in Santa Cruz, Nogales or Santa Cruz County. So that's part of our presentation, and we're open for any questions that you might have. We have internship programs too, which we did very well this year with some of our interns. So that's giving opportunity also for students to learn about what your community has to offer. Any questions? Anything else that you want?
Go ahead, Councilwoman Para.
I want to thank you for the presentation. You put a lot of work into it, and it's excellent. I know that the Chamber and the tourism side are doing a lot of work to bring new businesses to Nogales and to give it a better image. Thank you very much for the presentation.
We want to make Nogales and Santa Cruz County as a welcoming town, a welcoming city. And I think between all of us working together the way that we're doing it, I think it's going to succeed.
Thank you. Vice Mayor.
Yes, I just want to make a comment. I appreciate the comment that Ms. Councilwoman Parada said, and I agree with that, 100%. I've been working a little bit with the chamber, and, we've been invited to different events and different meetings, and they do a lot of hard work, a lot of effort to bring businesses to Nogales and bring other types of things to like tourism. I was invited to a couple of meetings for tourism, and they have a lot of great ideas, and they never stop. They go after one thing and they continue until they accomplish it. And I want to thank the director of the Chamber of Commerce, Olivia, and all the committee that works with her. They also have the workforce committee that you have there too. That helps a lot. Bringing businesses to the community and bringing education to the people here in the community on how to get them ready to go to work. So I really appreciate everything that you do.
Thank you,
And
Vice
thank you
Mayor.
for the presentation. It was good.
But I would like to add, it's not just one person. I think it means a lot that I have the greatest board of directors and staff. I mean, they're always supporting us, like from Patricia on the tourism side, Lisa, Greg with the workforce, and my board. I mean, I couldn't ask for a better board. So thank you to all of them. And thank you to all of you for supporting the Nogales Santa Cruz Chamber of Commerce and Visitor Center.
Councilman Doyle.
Yes, Olivia, I was just, I didn't hear too much on, because you've always been very proactive and working with the people across the border.
Yes.
And so I don't know if you could expand a little more on that, because I know that you've been, in the past, you've really gotten together and tried to bring in every way you can in tourism, or even people that want to open businesses from over here. How's that going now with all the different policies that are going on?
Thank you for asking, Council Doyle. We were invited to go ahead and participate in our tourism committee because the administration in Nogales, Sonora is asking us to go ahead and participate with them in regards to promote Nogales, Sonora. And I think we're still meeting and asking for different things that we can go ahead and help them. But two things that I asked. Okay, I would like to see that the administration in Nogales, Sonora could also help Nogales, Arizona. So this is a working relationship that we need to go ahead and expand. That, okay, we are the visitor center where everybody comes and asks for information and all that. But I would like to see if you can promote Nogales, Arizona, especially that we want people to stay here instead of going to Tucson or Phoenix or wherever. So we're working on that. One of the things that we are working right now is to get information about the businesses that would like to be promoted here in Nogales, Arizona, because if we promote a business, we want to have a legitimate business, a certification that they are doing business in the official way, because we don't want to risk the credibility of the chamber, or we don't want to fall into any legal issues that because we send somebody to a business and it was not legitimate, like a dentist or a doctor or something like that. We need to be very careful with that. So we're working on that, and I think it's getting there and is very successful. So we are working together on that.
Thank you.
And we're working with Puerto Peñasco too.
Councilman Bonillas.
It's something that I heard right now by your daughter.
Here is not my daughter.
Okay, I know that.
We're professionals.
By Alexa. But is it only limited to businesses as far as helping them get registered on Google? Because there's some businesses that are completely lost, but I know that they're not currently a partner with the Chamber of Commerce. So is it just limited to members, or can they seek Alexa for help?
This program, the Small Business Resource Marketplace that we have, is a hub for businesses. You do not need to be a member of the chamber. Of course, we're always looking for members. That's why we're growing. However, it's not limited. We're giving all the opportunities to become a member, okay? But at the same time, we want them to succeed. If they succeed, all of us.
And my follow-up question is, do you have any food trucks involved in this program?
You know, that's one of the observations that we got. Most of the food trucks that they had approached us, they are interested, but it's like, you know, they would like to go ahead and expand into a restaurant and to go ahead and go better. We have 2 food trucks, and the rest we have not been able to make them understand that this is the way it's going. And I have to say that, Councilor Bonilla, when some of the tourists come and visitors come, the first thing that they see is looking for food, and that's where they go, to their phone, to their website. If they are not present on the digital world, they lose the opportunity. So food trucks, they are losing a great opportunity on that.
And something that I would, would want to talk to you, not particularly today, but it's just something that I always wanted to, since we're promoting the city of Nogales and the restaurants and our culture, I think it'd be interesting also to promote all the churches here in our community, both Catholic and evangelical community. It is because people do stay here on the weekend, and they need a place of worship on the weekend. So it'd be nice to sort of include that with all the business stuff like that. Include all the Catholic churches and the evangelical churches like First Baptist, the Church of God, and all these First Assemblies of God. And it would be just something that just to include it there, just so that when people do stay here and visit our city, they also have a place so they can worship on that particular weekend that they're here.
That's a very good observation because they do look for that. And we do have 2 churches that are members, not the rest, but we have 2. And that's another thing that we're working right now. We're working on a guide that is relocate and visitation guide, because we get a demand for that, especially for people that are relocating into Santa Cruz County. They're looking for that. So we're working on a company right now to give us the code, how much it will cost us and how much it will be a venue for all of us to go ahead and use. May I add just one thing? Councilwoman Montiel, today we got a call from Green Valley. It was a gentleman that wants to come. He was inquiring about the parade, the 4th of July parade, and they wanted to know the hours. The good comment that he gave us, and he said, I can put it in writing, that he's coming to the parade, the 4th of July parade, because he loved it. And he said, I have to tell you that the 4th of July and the Christmas parade, you should feel very proud because it's one of the best. He said that it's a jewel well hidden because not a lot of people from outside know about that, but they congratulate us for those 2. The 4th of July parade and the Christmas parade. So congratulations, you're doing a wonderful job.
You had a comment?
Yeah.
Councilwoman Montiel? Go ahead.
Thank you. First of all, thank you, Ms. Sainza, for your presentation, and I will call her Alexis. Yeah. Thank you, Alexis, and everybody on the board. I have had different opportunities and multiple opportunities to be involved in the chamber, and I've learned a little bit about how it's run, and I'm very elated that it's going really well and you're growing your numbers. I'm sort of a numbers person, and I see that the bed tax, sometimes it decreases depending on what type of events are going on and how the mine is picking up and so forth. So the numbers are consistently, well. I do want to kind of emphasize a little bit about, I personally feel that there's like a missing link between how do we answer that $1 million question, and that's how do we increase economic development here in Nogales, Arizona. Yeah, you're right. It's like, a lot of people have opinions, a lot of people have ideas, and it's always what is the city of Nogales doing to increase our local economy and local taxes, and that's how sales taxes are totally dependent on it. But it's that little missing link, and I know we partner with you, and we're very happy. We see the results, we look at the numbers and so forth, and you're doing what the city of Nogales hasn't done, and we don't have a department called economic development, and you would think we would, because that's just what drives the economy of the city of Nogales. That's the economic engine. So I feel like you're doing your part, and I think all of us are grateful for it. You've heard the comments, and we have the data to support the funding that is provided to the chamber. But what, maybe we could have some ideas. The teacher hat always comes on, and it's like maybe a survey, sending it from the city of Nogales to the businesses, even if they're not members of the chamber, because I'm sure that they have, a lot of input, but maybe a survey that we can send out on how they feel that we can, help them more, as a city, as a chamber. I see the Port Authority out there, but how we can all collaborate, and maybe we can have input from them, just sending from the city here a survey, maybe through the water bill or the sewer bill, whatever have you, and then just, sending it out to maybe outside of the perimeters of Nogales. But, those ideas we can all talk about that later. But there's just that missing link. And I think that I don't have the answers. Believe me, if I did, I think I would have shared them with Mr. Kramer and everybody on board here. But, you know, we hear that narrative all the time. What is the city of Nogales doing to increase the economic development?
I think that's a great question, because especially right now, the role that the chamber has been taking, because we don't have an economic development, I think has been very important. Since we started partnering in the new business applications that had come to the city of Nogales, they've been sending it to us. They've been doing a great job. Christina, Jean, Luis, all of them, they put us on the distribution of those applications. And what we do and what we have done since we partnered with the city of Nogales, what we do, we take that applications, we send a welcoming email to that business and thank them for opening a business at the city, in the city of Nogales. I had comments from some of those business owners that are like very impressed because they never had anything from the city of Nogales. I don't send that email on behalf of the city of Nogales, but I as a chamber in partnership with the city of Nogales. So that has been very impressive for some of the emails that we had been sending. Then we follow up with a call to see how we could go ahead and extend the relationship. I think, well, not that I think, but my recommendation that I see here is that the link that we're missing is that technology is becoming a tool that the city of Nogales is not using. Okay, and I'm going to mention Mr. Tapia has been giving me access to some things, and we're missing a lot of information. If I'm looking for a business that to see where the process is, where could we help them, the information is not there. So I think we're missing to use technology. I think the success of the chamber has been great because we've been using technology for everything, so it's really great. So I think the city of Nogales could take an opportunity while you open an economic development department, and then they can take over through a lot of things. But in the meantime, I think all of us that are working to welcome that business, that's something that we could, that too could go ahead and start giving some improvement. If I tell you what is the link that we're missing, I wouldn't be able to tell you, but right now, I'm talking as we speak, this is what we could do. More communication between, I guess, Mr. Tapia's department and the Chamber of Commerce and the rest of the city of Nogales within the licensing and process and all that. And if we, the chamber, could be of any help to go ahead and get that business, because sometimes, and I have to say, if you give me a restaurant right now and they tell me that I need to be the cook, I will tell you, forget it, that restaurant is gonna fail in a week. I don't know how to cook. But tell me about administration, and that's a different story. Some of the people that come in, open a business, they don't have any experience on how to manage, how to go through process, how to fill out an application. And that's where we form this particular marketplace. We help them with all that. We have people that they came and they bring me the application and they said, I don't know how to fill it out. And we do it for them.
I just have a comment on that, Olivia. I coming from the entertainment and hospitality business, I think that one of the biggest failures here that people open restaurants here in the city of Nogales is that they don't have the training. Like, I'll give you an example. We're talking about the kitchen. They don't know how to cost out a plate. They don't know labor costs. They don't know how to train their staff. They don't have the slightest idea how to open a restaurant. So these restaurants open here in the city of Nogales, and 6-7 months we see that they're closed. But they didn't close because the food was bad. They closed because at the end of the day, they never knew how to cost out their plates, their items. They didn't know how to manage their labor costs. They didn't know how to include their labor in their food items. And it's not because we don't have good cooks in the city of Nogales. We have people that cook very good, very well. Except for when it comes to running a business, which is a totally different ballgame. And I would like to work with you as far as setting up. I can bring in people from the industry and have like a day of training here. Maybe here we'll use the facilities here in the city of Nogales. and offer it to the community, and we can show them how to manage their labor costs, show them how to, when they get their food, how much am I going to charge for a burrito or chimichangas or whatever? Because I can guarantee you, most people go online and they say, well, how much is this restaurant charging? And they'll go off that. But in reality, the prices of each restaurant depends on their staff and how much rent they're paying. And you got to bring all those factors in. And we can show them. I have contacts that we can work together with that.
That's part of the business plan. We partner with an organization that they guide them how to use and how to do the business plan, because that's part of the business plan. And we partner with Chicanos por la Causa. We partner on the financial side. We partner with other organizations too. So we do have that important tool, and we always tell them, a business plan is your Bible, because they don't put all these things in concept. So that's why it's very important that we go ahead and train that business owner or that person that is interested in opening a restaurant to go ahead and include that. Not only that, but also the employees, the staff. How you're gonna go ahead and why do you need to comply on different guidelines? So we do go through that. Not the chamber, we don't do it, but we partner with another organization that they train them how to do all that.
Thank you. Got one question. I heard, we got tourists, we got, you're working on bringing in new businesses and all, but I didn't hear nothing about downtown. What's your perspective of looking into downtown as we are putting a new signage, welcome to Nogales, and all that. But how do you guys at the chamber foresee our downtown area? What do you know? What do you hear that we don't hear, we don't see on the chamber aspect?
When the city of Nogales invited me to participate on a committee to Councilwoman Montiel and Vice Mayor Bojorquez, they invited me to participate on this committee. I gave my ideas. And I can tell you that I insist that that's something that could help us for right now. And maybe some people, they already laugh because it's really simple. But I think because I see it at the Kino Park, I'm seeing the difference from some years ago to right now. Beautifying doesn't mean that you need to bring a lot of stores right now. The first impression is the one that is going to attract. That's why I insist, and for right now, that all these studies and all these things that is going on with the downtown, I think we need to provide first to local residents something nice to go and see. I always thought that bring and beautifying the park, the Karen Park, I think is something that we need to work really hard. Because you're not going to believe it. And I was talking to somebody today and they asked me, what's the first thing that a visitor asks you? We want to see the wall. Isn't that Fernanda and Nick? They laugh because when they come and they ask us, we want to see the wall. And we just look at them and they said, we don't have a wall. What do you mean you don't have a wall? But can you imagine sending them to the downtown area and they can see the small wall, but then they see the fence? That's an attraction, believe it or not. And maybe some people are not going to agree with me. Well, but if we can make it an attraction, but in the downtown, by doing something cosmetic for right now, just for them to be attractive, and not only to the tourists, but also to the restaurants. I have people that when the city of Nogales plays the lights, they really, really liked it. They were beautiful, the lights. Can you imagine if we put plants and we do something cosmetic to that park? It's going to be great for local residents to go and walk around those streets. And then that's when they're gonna notice that this store is here, and then later on, as we move on, we can get grants, we can get something else, like the Port Authority has been working on beautifying the downtown, but we need to do something now, not 5 years from now. That's my personal opinion, and that's not the chamber, okay?
Thank you. Excuse me. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Next, we move to presentation, informal only, presentation and draft council code of conduct and policies for council review. No action or discussion required. Go ahead,
Mayor and
Sheriff.
Council, good evening. Have just a short 3-hour PowerPoint presentation. Sure, this is why everybody is here to hear about the council code of conduct. And it's always fun when you're asked to draft a document that governs your bosses. So I can tell you a lot of employees wanted input on this, but I said, no, you can't, not taking any ideas from you guys. What I wanted to do tonight was, just because this is a council document, I put it together based off of some review of other council codes of conduct and certain discussions with council members and stuff. But I wanted to just go over a general highlight of what the document is, what it provides for. Then council takes this, reviews it over the next month, provide me with your feedback, with your comments, with your suggestions, so that we can incorporate those into a final document that the council can adopt at the next meeting. So basically what this is intended to be policies and code of conduct for elected officials for the council, but it also applies to, and it's important that it applies to boards and commissions, because they have similar obligations and things like that. There clearly are certain sections that wouldn't apply to boards and commissions when it comes to like the council budgets and stuff like that. But in general, as the boards and commissions meet and they hold meetings, they follow these same basic guidelines when it comes to voting, motions, different things like that. So, the first section is just a short section with regard to the City of Nogales ethics policy, just establishing that the council is a council of ethics, uphold the highest ethics possible as you represent and serve the community. Then there's section 2 goes through city council relationships, intra-council relationships, the relationship between the council as a whole with you and how you interact with each other. And just gives guidelines and policies and things like that on how to have a good working relationship between council members. Because we know that you don't always agree on things and you can always disagree, but do it in a professional way and in a courteous way, in a way that respects the office and respects your positions as elected officials. Then there's also a small section on council action in the public that just reemphasizes that council takes action in public meetings and things. Then there's a short section on council conduct with city staff, which incorporates city code and charter requirements on how council interacts and deals with city staff. Following that is a council conduct at council meetings, just basic information and policies on how to, have a formal policy on how you interact and hold count and handle council meetings. For example, not speaking over each other, following the Roberts rules and things like that. Talks about not getting into personal attacks. Again, those things that are professional in nature. Not saying that it's, an issue with this council or, this is for, councils moving forward, because you guys haven't had a code of conduct in place to be able to say, look, this is what we're supposed to do. You're not doing this, try to keep things in line and professional. And part of that, there's a section with regard to procedures for conducting meetings, which is just basic, essentially follows the Roberts rules of conducting meetings, how to, having order, maintaining order, goes through motions, different types of motions that could be made, motions to tell the city attorney to stop talking. That's the number one motion. But goes through those, kind of explains those. And this is good for especially like boards and commissions where you have commission members or board members who haven't served before. This gives them a document that they're able to go to, read through, and see how things are supposed to be done. Goes through voting procedures. It also has a section with regard to ethics and conflicts of interest, which follows state statutes and guidelines, just reemphasizes those and calls those out. Disclosures of interest, how you withdraw from participation if you have a conflict, and what to do there. It also has a short little section on the rule of impossibility, what happens if everybody on the council has a conflict. There is actually a rule that addresses that. So after that, then there's a short section on, just talks about open government, how, as the council, you're here to serve the community, that, when you take action and do official conduct, it's done in open meetings, and just reemphasizes the open meeting law and those requirements. There's a section on preservation of public records, which kind of goes through and explains, different communications and things, because I think a lot of times council will interact or do things via email or Facebook or text message and stuff. And so that helps address some of those things with regard to, public records and what's required to be retained and things like that. Then there's a section with regard to mayor and council budgets, adoption of budget, uses of budget, because council has specific budgets, but there's no written procedures or anything with regard to how those budget funds are used and different things. For example, city employees and city staff have rules and procedures that they follow when they go on official travel or do official business. And so this just provides for guidelines and policies with regard to those matters that would apply to council. Then there's also a section with regard to enforcement of the code and conduct. I won't take that personal that everybody's leaving during my presentation. But goes through and how complaints would be filed if they're being filed against a city official, if they're being filed against a council member, and how those complaints would be handled. Because clearly, for example, if there's a complaint filed against one of the members of the council, although I'm the city attorney, you are a client representative, I have a legal conflict of interest in pursuing, an investigation or anything like that into an actual client representative. So that would then, there's a process for how that's referred out and handled if there was ever to be some type of complaint made against a member of the council or something like that. So it provides for that. And then, and that's about it. The last section of it's just a catch-all legal section called severability. Just says that if any provision of the policy or code of conflict is ever found to be legally invalid, that it doesn't invalidate the rest of the document. So, but that's the nuts and bolts of it. If there are suggestions that you have when you go through this, things that you think you'd like to see added, amended, changed, please feel free to reach out to me. We can meet in person. You can send me emails, phone calls, whatever, however you want to handle that. But that's all I got to say about that. Yeah, of course.
If you can kind of shed a little more light on when you say official and councilman, you're not talking about the same one, right? Is it an official of the city and councilman is another group?
Right. There's a provision in there, for example, with regard to, because there's boards and commissions and stuff like that. So there's a provision for the, if somebody were to file a complaint against a city official, that would be essentially like a board or commission member, and then a separate specific provision for filing complaints against the mayor and council and how those investigations would be handled. I can handle an investigation into a complaint against a board or commission member because they are not a council rep or a client representative. They don't have authority over me as the city attorney. Whereas the mayor and council, I'm appointed by you. You are the client representative for the city of Nogales. I represent the city of Nogales. So there are certain obligations and legal codes of ethics that I have to do in how I interact with client representatives as opposed to even a director or any other employee of the city.
But so the question is, this applies to directors then? Because we've in the past, they brought attorneys to, in other words, there's a conflict of interest that you're supposed to uphold, right, for the state of Arizona? I mean, there's rules and regulations that you have to uphold as an attorney that apply to everyone, not just the consul, but our directors. If there's an interest, a conflict of that they're going to make money on some decision and they're presenting it before this consul, there's a conflict.
If there's a conflict of interest, everybody has a duty or obligation to disclose any type of potential conflict of interest.
And if they don't, you're going to sit over that. You're going to be the one.
If a complaint is filed against a city official, then I typically would review that.
So if a councilman files a complaint, say about a director, and with a conflict of interest, where there's personal gain, then you would look into it.
Potentially, if a council member files a complaint, then I have a legal obligation you are a client representative. And if a client representative is creating a potential conflict with a client employee, that may be something that I have to refer out. I'd have to look at it on a case-by-case basis.
Okay.
Because it's not just, you have your conflict of interest statutes with regard to all government employees. But then as a lawyer, I also have my rules of ethics that are governed by the state bar.
Right.
And those have to be looked at in conjunction with each other. For example, there is a state statute that says that if somebody files an election campaign finance complaint, that goes to the city clerk. The clerk reviews that, and if the clerk determines that there's sufficient basis for a violation, it's referred to the city attorney for prosecution. I clearly can't prosecute my own client representatives, so there is guidance under my rules of ethics from the state bar that say that type of conflict, I have to refer out to another agency or another department because it involves a client representative. There's different rules and responsibilities when it becomes employees. A department director is different than a maintenance worker or a landscaper or what have you, because you then look from a legal ethics issue. I have to look at, does that person have decision-making authority with regard to the matter and stuff like that? So the long answer is, or the short answer is, it would be looked at on a case-by-case basis, but if a complaint is made, it will be looked into.
No, the reason where I'm headed is that we don't want this to tie our hands up from being an open government for the people. In other words, where the council can speak their mind again without not going over the general rules, but at least that we can be open to the public, that we can be transparent, and of course, that the rest of the staff under the city manager, his directors and all, will also abide and not take advantage of any position that they attend, that they have.
Right, and that's already covered under the personnel manual. So the employees are governed by the personnel manual. The mayor and council aren't. So that's why this document is a policy and a code of conduct for the council, for the boards and commissions who are also not covered under that personnel manual. But yes, that personnel manual specifically calls out conflict of interest and what employees have to do and stuff like that.
No, because the people, all they do is ask for transparency and accountability.
Exactly, and that's why I had a number of paragraphs and sections in there with regard to open government. Section 5 is actually entitled Open Government. And, you know, it starts off with a section on the city of Nogales ethics policy, you know, a commitment to ethical conduct, service to the residents of the city.
Okay. All right, well, we'll cover it down the road then. Thank you.
And again, if when you go through this document over the next month, if you have specific issues or specific questions or specific ideas, again, please reach out to me so we can get those worked in and accounted for. And because I want, again, you know, although I prepare a draft of this is your document. This is the policies and code of conduct for you as a council. It does apply to other boards and commissions, but essentially this is for you as elected officials.
What's your time? You'll give it to us in 2 weeks or?
Next month.
So the goal would be to have it brought back at the first meeting in August for consideration and adoption. So everybody should have a copy of it. If you don't, I'll make sure that Judy emails you out a Word copy of it so you can work on that and make amendments and stuff.
Anything else? Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Quickest 3-hour presentation you ever had.
Next, we move to financial monthly report. Ms. Jean, number 1, May 2025 financial monthly report.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. In front of you, you have the May 2025 financial report. It's also up here on the screen. So we are going to start with Table A, which is your general fund. For revenues for our general fund through May, we should be at 91.66% of our budget. We have collected $29,397,389, and that's actually 107% of our budget. And for expenses for general fund, we have expended out $28,264,356, which is 74% of your budget. You'll also see our shared revenue. We have collected $9,265,652, which is 94%. If you move on to Table B, this is our sales tax. Sales tax in May, we collected $835,672. This was $493,551 less than May of last year, but we are sitting $248,250 overall more than last year. If you move on to Table C, this is your general fund expenditures by department. Again, we have everything that is spent and encumbered at that $28,264,356. There's still a couple departments that are a little bit high. We still have 1 more month to go in the expenses. Your Table D is your HERF and your overweight. For HERF, we have brought in $2,905,798, which is 112%. And for overweight fees, we have received in $407,406, which is 136% of our budget. For expenses, For HERF, we have expended out $3,051,827, which is 81% of the budget. And for overweight, it's $45,037, which is 5% of the budget. If you move on to Table E, that is your sewer. For sewer, we have brought in $3,363,032, which is 109% of the budget. And we have expended out $1,531,050, which is 65% of your budget. Moving on to Table F, it's our water fund. For water, we have brought in $3,587,217, which is 102% of the budget. We'd expended out $3,936,127, which is 82% of the budget. On that one, you'll see where the debt is quite high. We finished, we've already paid the June payment. We paid it in May, so the debt for water is a little high. For Table G for sanitation, we brought in $2,770,201, which is 99% of the budget. And we've expended out $2,663,154, which is 69% of the budget. Are there any questions on the tables?
Gina, again, on sewer, we have a gain of 1.831, correct?
Yes, sir. Mm-hmm.
And on that debt, you said you counted it all, so it's the final number is the 437,000, or is it the 348 since you counted June?
So in the debt for sewer, we've paid out
on the water. On the water.
We've paid out $1,237,940.
We ended up 437 at the end of June, or is it we ended up?
Well, at the end of May.
Okay.
But this includes a June payment that was paid in May.
So it's already included.
Yes.
So we're looking at 1.831 minus 348 that negative. That gives you a round number more or less of 1.5. And then we have, again, a plus on the sanitation with another 100,000. So that looks at a plus of 1.6 more or less, correct?
Yes. Yes. So we have sewer is our healthiest enterprise fund. Sanitation's squeaking by. Water's our concern.
Okay.
As it has been all year.
Put them all together, and we're 1.6 above.
Yes. If you put them all together.
Thank you. Go ahead, continue.
Then the final report is the water and sewer, and that's in your physical package that I gave you earlier. The city has 6,108 utility accounts. We have 79 accounts that are in contracts, and that equals $68,787,000. No, $68,787. And then it's only an increase of one account, an increase of $985 from last month. For the Valle Verde sewer accounts, we have 143 accounts that are delinquent. That is a decrease of 6 accounts from last month and an increase of $3,211 total. The one part I forgot to mention was just the business licenses. I know you guys like updates on that part. So currently we have 2,893 active business licenses. We had 32 that were canceled or suspended during May, 25 of them being suspended. A lot of them are contractors that come down for certain projects. When their projects end, they suspend. Then when they come back, they just reactivate. So they're not canceled, they're just suspended. So that's most of those. Then we did have 28 new licenses issued. And then we have 41 that are still in the process of inspections. And then for payouts for June, we had 2 payouts. One was in city court for $961.65 in sick and vacation. And for finance, we had one that was $45,000 $774, which was sick, vacation, and vacation bank.
Okay. Anybody else? Questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
We move to number 8, discussion item, discussion and possible action, in-kind support submitted by the mayor's office for the Nogi Fest event to be held at Cordova Park City Hall on Saturday, September 27th, 2025, from 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. Ms. Montiel?
Councilmember Montiel, I'm sorry, I didn't mention this to you before the meeting, but I was just going to ask if we could hold off on these 2 items until after the executive session, because we have an executive session discussion with regard to in-kind contributions.
Oh, okay. That's
So
fine.
if that would be fine.
That'll be fine.
So we're jumping number 1 and number 2 till after our executive session.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Then we go to item number 3, discussion possible action approval of a contract with educational service between Santa Cruz County by and through the Santa Cruz County Superintendent's Office and the Nogales Fire Department for implementation of the summer camp program. Mr. Lariva, Chief.
Council, good evening once again. This is an annual agreement that we've done to be able to reach out to the community through a summer camps supported by the Santa Cruz County Superintendent's Office. This year it was funded by South 32, and it's an MOU just indicating that we did this summer and with provisions to continue as we have in the past in the future 3 years.
Anybody have any questions?
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Was this, I'd like to commend some of the firefighters and Stephanie and Malky, and that also helped you work this program. Am I correct,
It's
Mr.
a
Lariva?
team effort.
It's a team effort.
The firefighter union also staffed quite a bit, and everybody participated. Correct.
Thank you.
This is just a summer program, right?
Correct.
How many kids do you participate in this?
There was 5 entities that participated in the county. One of those left because of the weather, so they were not able to participate. The Nogales and Nogales Fire Department, we had 24. Each of the other ones were limited to 20.
Good job. Thank you. With that said, any more discussion? Do I have a motion? Go ahead.
I move to approve the contract for educational services between the Santa Cruz County through the Santa Cruz County Superintendent's Office and the Nogales Fire Department for implementation of the summer camp program.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, Mr. Lurio. Number 4, council direction. Initiation of a recruitment process for the housing director position following the resignation of Marita Cervantes. Mr. Kramer.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I just want to make sure that, I know it's not the council, but it's a different organization of the housing, but I wanted to at least get a direction from that you're as council to give to me, to give to HR, and what your plans are, what you want to do for the hiring process. And in the term, I think, Ms. Cervantes, thank you again for your service, but your last day is next Friday, if I'm correct. So whatever direction you want, as well as an interim housing director, whatever direction, because again, I'm not overseeing that, but I wanted to make sure that you as that commission or the commissioners appoint myself and or HR director on which direction you would like to take.
Go ahead, Councilwoman.
I move, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I move to give direction to open up the position internally.
Second. Okay. I moved. Any discussion?
I'll add more discussion to that then.
Yeah.
Once we open it up for position, everything, if you want some timelines on this as well, and when you want to probably set up an interview schedule, anything to that effect, we can certainly bring that back to you on the applicants when we get them. It's important to that, but in the meantime, though, I know this is the recommendation to get the hiring process, but we're still going to need some direction of what you want to do as commissioners on who you will possibly want as your interim director, maybe taking suggestions from our outgoing director, and we'll work with you as far as that goes as well.
Go ahead.
So this internally would be just for interim?
Correct, Mr. Bill. Yes. I just want to make sure that you as, granted, it's not the commissioners here, but as the council, and because I work for the council, not the commissioners, I brought it in this way. But whatever direction you want to do with an interim director, so we as HR director, myself, can help you as the commissioners get somebody in place in the meantime while you're possibly interviewing for your fill-in to get a full-time director.
I've got a feeling, legal, let me know if we're correct. Maybe Ms. Cervantes would continue to be as an intern while we find a replacement. That maybe it's talkable. You let us know. If that fills the spot while we find one, if the decision is, to replace, then we go from there. Mr. Vice Mayor, you had a question?
Yes, thank you for your comment, Mayor. That's a good idea. Mr. Kramer, even though the Housing Authority said it's a separate entity, it's still part of the City of Nogales, Department of City of Nogales. So I think we follow the same protocol or procedure in hiring the director.
Yes, correct. Because I don't have any manager, I just do evaluation and that's it. Since I don't have any responsibility as I would with the other directors, that's the commissioners. And since I don't want to be into stepping in over my boundary, certainly I want to make sure that you as commissioners act upon what your responsibilities are, and I don't want to infringe upon that responsibility. However, we will do the hiring, we will do everything to the interviewing, set up the interviewing, getting whatever interim if you want, as the mayor just suggested. We'll do that as an entity of the city, helping this housing commission get their person in place.
And just for information on the fairness of being an interim, if Ms. Cervantes decides to come in as an interim, I don't know that she would be a city employee anymore. Would she be like a consultant, or how would that work?
It could be whatever you guys choose on that. As the commission, you could choose that as well.
Okay, what about on the benefit part? If she comes in as an interim, not as an actual employee?
Then that's an HR question, but I think on HR, she would not be provided with, correct me if I'm wrong, what are the benefits of an interim director? And that could be negotiated with the commission as well, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
It would depend on whether or not she was considered an actual employee or a independent contract, a 1099. It just would all depend on how the commission would like to set that up.
I have a comment. If Ms. Cervantes declines the interim position, could it be possible to have her second in command, Miss Terry, take over until we do like a 2-week period for internal interest first before we go on outside for applicants?
I think that you have that every right to choose whoever you think would fit that need as your interim director. I'm just trying to assist in this matter to make it very seamless and yet keep somebody there responsible reporting back to the commission. And I'm offering, like I said, as a city manager, I want to make sure you as the commissioners have the ability to make that decision. But when I say us, city HR, help that decision. So you've got a motion and a second on the right now. But
who would look into talking to Ms. Cervantes on if there's interest or no interest, and if it's, how we would work it legal.
That could be discussed with her, but ultimately you'd need to schedule a special meeting for the commission to take action.
Okay. Go ahead, everybody.
Mr. Kramer, this is not an action item, right?
No.
No. It's just, the one is you have a motion second to initiate the recruitment process where we'll start advertising internally, follow the protocol of internal 5 days, and then go out after 5 days, business days.
And a motion is a legitimate way of initiating council direction, because that's what this is on there for, council direction.
Thank you.
Commission's direction.
So,
I know, it's hard.
Councilman Doyle?
yeah, so I just want to get a clear understanding on if
Mr. Cervantes?
Mrs. Cervantes agrees to stay for as long as she can, and it's okay with legal and everyone else, that would be an advantage for the department, because every month that she's there, that she's been there in the past, has been a big improvement, and it's just her leadership that helps. I'm not saying anything that staff couldn't hold the reins, but the longer she's there, the more time we have. So my question is, can we start also the recruitment process while she's holding on to the interim? Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
Just so I'd point out, when you do have, because you would have to have that special commission meeting for that action, you can do that you don't have to do a formal in-person meeting. You can do a remote meeting like we did back in the COVID days. So if it's something where there's a conflict of trying to get everybody in here in person, we can do a Zoom video commission meeting for that.
We'll have a meeting after this meeting. Okay. Vice Mayor?
Well, that was my question. Where does the commission stand in this decision? Do we go with a city council recommendation, or do we go with the commissioner's recommendation?
Right now, we have city council.
Right now, you're in
council
a city council meeting, but because the council sits as the commission, we can take that direction from the council as how the commission would like to proceed and get that going so that we can find out the information we need to find out and then schedule a necessary special meeting for the commission to formalize that.
Okay, I think we could probably look at sometime next week if we want to have a special commissioners meeting, Monday, Tuesday, to discuss it. So are you guys in agreement with that? Mm-hmm. To discuss how the commissioners are gonna go about it? Monday or Tuesday? What days fits? Monday?
It's a morning meeting?
Yeah, morning meeting.
Friday? This Friday?
Yeah. Okay, we're
Monday, 6 a.m.?
5 a.m.
6:30.
Monday morning, 10 a.m. Everybody good?
Yeah.
Monday morning, 10 a.m. Commissioners meeting. Can we get that set up for a Zoom? So Monday morning at 10
We
a.m.
can reserve this room for you for if you want to have those that want to come in. And certainly those that can't, you can certainly do Zoom as well,
Okay,
which we can set that up for you as well.
okay. So, all,
Yeah, you still have to
So we-
give direction.
so we give direction, well, we have a motion to seek somebody. Do we have to drop the motion or to change it?
You've got a motion and a second.
Yeah, a motion and a second to open it up internally for the initial, but. Right. If you want to also. Amend that to have discussions with Ms. Cervantes on staying on
Monday.
as well.
Yes. So I make a motion to.
So amended?
So amended.
Is that so seconded?
Second.
Okay.
Again, every time I need a clarification that under that amendment, we still are considering Mrs. Cervantes in case she'd like to stay for a little longer.
That's what the amendment.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
And we'll discuss it on the commissioners meeting on Monday at 10 a.m. With that said, all in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. Item number 5, discussion review of city clerk application and development of a plan for the council review process. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Yes, I put this on the agenda as well because you've had 9 weeks of applicants. I believe that 1 or 2 that I've found out are no longer applicants. One of them probably would have been a good applicant, but took a job somewhere else within the city. But nevertheless, you probably want to get started on that because you do have an interim person there right now. And like I said, it's been 9 weeks. You've got a lot of applicants. I think that it's, again, that's not my privy to hire this person because that is under the auspice of council, just like myself, attorney, judge, and your city clerk is under the auspice of council. I'm only trying again to help facilitate, to get this process going because I think it's important that you move forward to at least start looking at your applicants and your applicant pool to maybe sit down and again discuss that because it is an important 9 weeks has been some time. I think I don't speak for your interim, but certainly it would be good to have a full-time person put in place.
I move to give, I move to set up the interviews. We've got like 23 to 24 applicants right now in the next week.
I have a question. Of those 23, how many are they really with experience?
With that said, you probably have very few, but I think that you maybe should at least set up a meeting as you're doing for as commissioners, set up a meeting, at least sift through all the applicants. We can do that for you as well. If you want the guidelines of just following as we put bachelor's degrees, we will certainly give that. We can separate them for you. But again, I want you to get going at least far as start looking at your applicants. Me personally, if you're asking me, Councilwoman, I would say that you probably have maybe 4 of the 25 that are viable candidates. There may be some that don't have bachelor's degree, may have experience, which we've had hiring of that because certainly some people have the background. So I think it's important that we can separate that for you as well and get those categorized for you so you can at least start looking and setting up the process of possibly doing your interviewing and hiring. But we will do that as well for you because again, that's what we're here for.
Yeah, well, my personal opinion is why don't you give us the ones that they're really with the experience? Why go through the 20?
Well, no, we've got 24. We can sort them for you. Yes, we'll do that for you.
Perfect, yeah.
Yes, and we can easily go put them in the stacks and say, this is the priority 1.
Perfect.
What we can do, however on that, we can certainly do that.
Yeah, that sounds better.
Yes, we'll glean that for you if that's what you're asking. We can certainly do that. But I want to get this going because again, at least start looking at your hiring process. If there's a viable candidate in that mix.
What's the time frame are we looking?
That's up to you as council. Again, you may have to do another special meeting to sit down and at least go through that, but we can get everything ready for you with that.
Yeah, can we do it Monday?
No.
Neither one of us will be here.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes, she and I can go through it. We could do it probably the following week.
About Monday the 14th? You could call in.
Call in.
So yeah, if you want Monday the 14th, we can do that.
Both or just?
No, just for the city clerk.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay.
And then we'll wait for your direction from the previous one. Once you have that meeting.
Ms. Barak, would you amend to have, the city manager and the intern HR to look into the applicants and sort them out for us, and we have a special meeting on the 14th?
I'd like to amend my motion.
Well, she started, but there was no second, so I'll second.
So,
The 14th?
at the same time,
Ouch, 10 a.m.
breakfast included?
I just have
Not a holiday.
Leftover chicken.
Okay. All in favor? Go ahead, Mr. Doyle. You had
a question.
Yes, a question or comment.
I'm just thinking, we're making two meetings for two items that aren't going to take that long of time. Why are we doing them in different dates? Why didn't we combine them to one meeting?
Well, one we have 5 days.
Yeah.
And the other one, it takes more days to get it sorted out and prepared.
We're not going to be able to have you the list and the application
By this Monday.
potential applicants.
Right. But on the other one, it couldn't join the other one on the 14th? No? Okay. Thank you.
So all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion passes to sort them out and have a special meeting on the 14th. Item number 6, discussing possible action, adjustment of spending limits for the city manager and staff without council approval. Mr. Doyle?
Yes, Mayor, I placed this on the agenda because I noticed that, ever since they increased the amount that either the city manager or the directors could spend, there's been, when we have the audits, a lot of money that has been moved around. And I think what we need to do is bring that spending limit down so that there will be more accountability. I think if we compare to other cities and whatnot, bigger, and even the state, they don't have the spending limit without approval of $100,000. And then there's no limit of how much they can spend. They can spend millions because they can use that 100,000 over and over. It's not stated, we need to clarify this, and we need to bring that down so there'll be more accountability from every department that they can only spend so much money without getting it approved first by the city manager. And then we need to also put a limit to the city manager that he needs to bring it to our attention before it passes, or if it's an emergency and he needs to spend, at least bring it on the following meeting to get approved or looked at. In other words, we need to look at the money that's been spent, and we don't need to wait until there's an audit that we don't know where the money is floating around. We need to be accountable on a regular basis of all monies that the city spends, and the only way to do that is to bring the limit down so department heads can only spend a certain amount, and also the city manager up to a certain amount, not close to 100,000, which I've seen that's been abused in the past. And we need to have more, we need to be more in control. We represent the finances of this community. We give accounts to our citizens, and the only way we can do that is by not giving other entities the right to spend their money without us even approving it. That's why we need, now, it doesn't need to be voted on today. We don't need, if we need a little study session, that's fine, but we need to look at this closer. That's why I put it on the agenda, man.
Thank you.
I have a question. Probably legal too. Doesn't the city manager give us reports every meeting, monthly, of where the money's being spent? And if it's reduced, isn't it just like micromanaging every department? Having meeting after meeting of approving?
First, with regard to the legal aspect, it can't be approved tonight because this would have to be a code amendment. So it would have to be done by way of code amendment, which is done by way of ordinance. So we can have a discussion and another work session, or, whatever council can give us direction tonight on how to proceed. But it's totally a council decision with regard to the spending authority and stuff. I know that it used to be 35,000 and then it was bumped up to 100,000. It just depends on how councils, one other thing you could see is, that every month that you're provided with a detailed spending breakdown report that shows all of the expenditures of that month type thing. So it's a council decision.
Vice Mayor?
I think the city has a procurement policy in place that, I think the council would have to review that and amend whatever the expenditures are on the procurement policy.
Are you asking me?
No, I mean, I'm saying that there is a procurement policy, and we have to abide by that, but by those amounts that they have on the policy, and if we want to change it, we would have to amend that policy.
Correct.
Yes, which is in the code.
It was amended in, I believe, when you were mayor.
That's right, 2018.
Right, it went from 35,000.
And it was recommended, suggested by our city attorney back then, and he was the first one to abuse it. So I think we need to put a clamp on it.
I'll just say this, Mr. Doyle, I have whatever council chooses to do, I will abide by that. I will say this to the directors, and they will answer it, and then they don't have to answer because they're there, and I'm telling them, but I think Ms. Molman will answer this, that since I've been started especially in February, when you put me under contract, all the directors have to get permission of any spending, goes through my office. So anything that goes above, 5,000, whatever, but I do approve the requisitions. So I do see expenditures. I do look at the expenditures line item by item. That's why I tried to give you guys a budget presentation that I was involved in. And I'm not disagreeing with your audits. I'm not disagreeing with the last 6 years your audits stunk. I'm not disagreeing with that. And this next year, we're going to be part of it, but we didn't get it till June and whatever it is. Yeah, I understand all that. But I'm saying I'm adding procurement protocol that these misspendings that transpired of what you're saying, and then especially change of work orders or anything to that effect, that's not happening. I've stopped it. And I'm not going to let anybody try to do that. I'm not going to waive liquidated damages that we've been allowed for the last 10 years, 170 here, 140 there, unbeknownst to you guys, because you're right, Mr. Doyle. You weren't informed of this because they had that discretion and the power. Well, it's not happening that way anymore. And I'm trying to be right up with all of them saying, you're not doing that, because I'm not going to let council sit there and have to take that. But if you want to limit whatever I'm doing, I have no problem with that, because if you want to go down that road, I'm going, okay, I can bring more to you. We can make this council meetings for every approval of 5,000. And we'll have a list of everything that you can approve line by line item, and we'll just do that. I have no problem with that, because I am fine with following whatever protocol is set forth by council. And if you want to do it that way, that's fine with me. Because I know some councils and some places, there are expenditure, protocol of that. Maybe we bring it down to 35. If you want to go that route, we'll do it. I'm just saying what I'm doing is I'm enforcing what I know, and I'm holding them accountable to it. So with that said, where you said you raised 100 and that guy would be yes, whatever. But if you believe that you don't trust me on this, then bring it down, then so be it. I have no problem with that. Again, you're the council.
Mr. Kramer, I think you're kind of taking it more on a personal level, because, what I'm concerned is not, I know what you're doing is right, but any month of the year, you might decide, I have something better to do than being city manager. And during that time, I want to be prepared already that we have something in place, but whoever takes over until they earn our respect, we can afford to lose city money by going that route that they have in the past. It's already happened, in other words. So we have to protect that from the citizens of Nogales so that they don't get fleeced by anyone. Thank you.
Councilor Bonilla?
I think it comes down to what Councilman Doyle was saying in the past, that we've had employees or past directors that felt empowered or they weren't placed in check. And you are correct, Councilman Doyle, that we've had some issues as far as these people making financial decisions that we were not aware of. But if we take a step back, we have a new city manager, and he is on top of things. I have the utmost confidence that he will be giving direction to his directors. With that said, if we would bump down to 35,000 or 50,000, I think that it would slow down the progress of this city, because if he would need to spend money on something that's 100,000 below 100,000, then he would have to wait an additional month, and it would slow down the progress of the city. So I believe, Councilman Doyle, you are right when you point out these issues that we've had in the past. But then again, we got to look back at there was other city managers, and I have to admit that Mr. Kramer, he's a different breed, and he is a watchdog on every department. So I believe that we don't have to bump down to his 100. I think 100,000 is a safe, and Mr. Kramer does provide information when he does spend the money. So, and it's not really much of a, Mr. Kramer, I think you haven't come back every month. I need to spend this and I need permission to spend this. It's going to really slow us down.
Go ahead, Mr. Doyle.
Yes, I think, again, you're not grasping the question or the problem at hand. Again, Mr. Kramer can guarantee us that he's going to be here next week. I can't guarantee you'll be here next week. Nobody in this room can guarantee us that we're going to be here next week. So what I'm saying is we need to be prepared. And it's not about slowing down the process. I'm talking about discussing this, having like a study session where all of us can put our input into it, but that we can have a better system of what we have right now. And in other words, we don't need, if we can even put an emergency clause where anything that comes up, I trust Mr. Kramer's here. I trust him to come to spend the money the way he's supposed to cover those emergencies, and then he can report to us on a regular council meeting. I'm not saying let's put a stop to the work. No, I'm just saying let's get a better handle on it, a better grip. Be more, I guess, with our constituents, that we can be more open, we can be more transparent and more accountable, so that they know that they have a council here that's looking out after their interests, not like what happened in the county. So having said that, it's our responsibility to do our due diligence. And that's all I'm saying is let's get together, do a study session and improvise and make the best for everyone. And that includes also, that I think that would relieve Mr. Kramer a little more, and he knows that he has a little more bite into his directors, that they're going to have to follow those. And again, in case he's not here at that moment, we don't have to be all of a sudden trying to figure out. We just had, a decision to have one meeting next week, another meeting the following week. And what I'm saying, we don't have to do that with this process. We can put emergency clause so that any emergency that comes up will be covered. And all we do is get a report the following month on the regular meeting. So it's up to us really to discuss. But if this council doesn't want to be accountable, that's fine with me. Thank you.
Or we could put a clause as to if anything above X amount to be reported, to council, so we could look at it. The way the costs are right now, everything's expensive, but we could always put a clause, whenever there's an obviously emergency is an emergency. That's out of, we got to do what we got to do. But if the council would want to get a report on non-emergency expenditure of, if it's 35, 50, whatever, that we get reported within the next 5 days or anything, that could be another idea.
We could raise it also.
Yeah, Mayor, all I'm saying is let's discuss it. Let's be responsible. That's it. We owe that to our constituents. Thank you.
Mayor, if I
Go ahead,
could, I just wanted to point out, I was just going through what code provisions would fall within this, and I pulled up the ordinance. And one of the reasons why this was amended back in 2018 was, and it states in the background that the current policy that was amended back in 2018 dates back to the early 2000s, and the city's auditors have notified the city that it is inadequate and needed to come into compliance with general governmenting account principles. So one of the things that you have to look at and consider is if you change authority with regard to expenditures, there's also procurement code provisions that would also have to be changed. I think when this was done back in 2018, it looks like there was, it was a 48-page document with those changes. So one change here is going to snowball and going to require different changes, because right now, for example, one of the procurement policies under the code talks about how to do procurements for treating purchases under 100,000. If you reduce the spending limitation, say you reduce it to 50,000, then you have to go back and change that procurement policy to say procurements under 50,000, and no longer can you do procurements under 100,000. So just pointing out that, one change here is going to equal another change here and stuff, and not saying you can't have a work session and have those discussions, but from the background, this was done as a notification from the auditors that the then current policy was inadequate. These were the recommendations. It might be another good thing is to reach out to the auditors to see what their current recommendations are with regard to the current policies.
Go ahead, Mr. Stowe.
Mayor, apparently, I don't see this council going anywhere with this. So I'd like to make a motion that we look into this matter and have discussion, whether it's a study session, anytime in the immediate future. Doesn't have to be this month, but it's something to look into and discuss. We need to study it. So, my motion would be to look into this matter, have a study session, and get the whole council involved. That way, then we can make a decision. With your legal advice, Counselor. I just wanted to make sure that it's on the up and up. And in case of Mr. Kramer, for some reason or another, isn't around in the future, we're not going to lose a lot of time trying to fix a problem that apparently has cost millions of dollars to go floating around.
Ms. Bodega had second.
Second.
Ms. Montiel, you have a
Still
question?
discussing it? You kind of lost.
Oh, now it goes to discussion.
Yeah, there's a motion and second on the floor, so then discussion.
Okay. So I was looking at the same thing you're looking, and one of the provisions is exactly that. So Mr. Doyle's point, and I understand it, is that, the audit has noted that there are certain concerns, and we are very aware of those concerns. And so what you're basically saying, and you explained it well, I'm just trying to understand it, Mr. Estes, is that we would have, any decision we would make, we would have to go back and amend from the very beginning, so that it could coincide with that ordinance
Yeah.
of section ordinance 02018?
Right.
Yeah,
And
okay.
the code section would be section 9, which is your procurement code. So what we would have to do is, if there was a change, if council were to do a work session, were to say we want to amend this, then I would need to go through and look through each of those procurement code sections and make potential amendments to those, because there's certain provisions in there that say, for example, procurements under 100,000
Yeah.
require X, Y, and Z. So then we'd have to change that code to say procurements under whatever the new limit would be, would require X, Y, and Z. So it would, just like that one, I'm just saying, like the one that was done in 2018, it would be it's more extensive than just saying we're going to change a spending limitation. It's going to require amendments to a number of sections in the procurement code.
And this is a question for Mr. Kramer. So any purchases, regardless, are by the directors, need to go and approved by you, right, Mr. Kramer?
Correct.
We know that for sure. That's a fact. Okay. So any purchases, over.
I'm looking at the purchase orders, requisitions, and that's going to be for further discussion because I need to discuss this. But
And then also open books is also anybody's privy to go into open books and
which
see
you're
every
very
expense
going
the city
into and
makes.
looking at those expenditures.
Traveling to any expense, you buy a table and open books because I frequently
You can
go
see
into
any,
it.
and the reports you get back, you're seeing every expenditure.
Exactly. Okay. So what would be your concern as city manager if the $100,000 limit would be changed? Would that be an inconvenience to you, or would that just make us have more meetings? Would that require, aside from the logistic part of it, I mean the legal part of it?
I think Councilman Bonilla stated it, because if we bring it down, since 2018, obviously prices have gone up. So a lot of purchases that we're doing in between that range, I would have to delay that and bring it back to you to get approved. There are certain things that I've done under city manager that have been through, obviously I work closely with your legal. I've made purchases through my office that have gone through legal, that you'll see those purchases, but I don't bring it out publicly because of certain situations. So if we want to go that route, some of those will obviously come out. You guys would have to approve that as well, which I don't mind, again, but I think it's the process is then bringing it down because you're basing it on a process from previous administrations, whatever we're saying. They're saying, okay, because that happened, now we can't let that happen again. We got to bring this back. I understand that too, Mr. Dole, if that's the case. But I'm looking at it and they will tell you, I'm right on top of them. And I'm not trying to be micromanaging them either, because I give them the leeway as well, because I believe in giving.
Yeah, but the buck stops with
Right,
you.
exactly.
Yeah.
But if it's a ridiculous expenditure, I'm going, what is this? What?
Yeah.
No. I mean, we carefully screened for what we're doing at Palo Duro on expenditures. We've carefully screened what we're doing in the fire department with Mr. Garcia, who's just stepped in, and I was going to commend him later, but certainly for what he was doing, whatever Juan is doing, whatever Hector's doing.
I have a follow-up.
I mean, I'm in discussion with their expenditures because I'm looking at it saying, you got to run it through me.
Yeah, you're making them accountable.
Right.
And I have a follow-up question to that is that, Mr. Dole brought up a good point about the audit, and his concern, like my concern and all of us here as public officials are concerned about the audit. But does the audit have, so because of those red flags, is that because the limit is $100,000? So they're two different. It's like comparing apples and oranges.
Right.
It's like the reason that the audit has that specific red flag of the WIFA funds, for example, and some other grants, but that was not relayed in relationship to because this, it's $100,000 threshold, for example.
Is there a correlation or nexus?
Well, I call it whatever it is, but is there a relationship, correlation, whatever?
I mean,
Is the reason there's a red flag because it's $100,000
I
threshold?
can't say from the past years, I didn't go back to look at your audits to say that there was or wasn't. And this past year's audit, I did look at your areas, and you heard the auditor saying you're already going to correct 3 or 4 of them because of what you're doing right now. I mean, what I'm pushing in. And the other ones I'm going to push in, well, hopefully she's going to see, or he or whoever does this audit, they're going to see it. Are we going to get red flag next year? We'll probably have a few because everyone does. School districts, we always had them. We saw them. We were, yay, we had them, but we move on. We try to correct. It's about, they're given an audit so you can correct your situations. We would be in trouble if the Auditor General was here saying, hey, your audits stink because this, and this, we're investigating you now because of what you did. But they're saying your processes are not clean. Your processes need to be better. Certainly, to be open books, like you say, you need to follow that protocol. And again, do we need to go back? I don't think we need to go back. But again, as I still told Mr. Doyle in the beginning, if that's what council prefers, then we can do that. Again, I try to do is everything I can to make the process smooth. But if it's going to come to you guys for every expenditure, well, then our council meetings from this point forward will be keep going in, because we're going to have a lot more of you guys having to then question every expenditure. What are we doing here? 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 And it's going to go on and on and on. And that's fine with me too. If you wanted, we can certainly have special sessions just for approvals, because it's going to be a couple hours. If that's what you think is needed because of past transgressions, if that's what you think is needed. Mr. Doyle, I don't take it personal. I don't take anything personal. As I said, I'm never doing anything for Joel Kramer. And people that have known me for 30 years will say that Joel Kramer's never put himself above and beyond where he's worked. Because I've always worked for the community, parents, students, wherever I was at. I always worked for them. And I worked for the workers to make sure their job is easier so they do a good job. And again, I'm not justifying what happened. And I pointed out some of the things right when I first started of, wow. You know, and I'm not taking it personal, Mr. Doyle. If that's the direction you want to go, and the council approves of that, so be it. But there's some things I need to discuss with you that I think are on the executive session coming up.
Oh, well, I have just one last question.
Go ahead.
You know, since there's a $100,000 limit, how frequent can you use that $100,000?
I've used it probably, well, I used it to employ our interim HR director.
No, what I'm saying, it's not how about you use it, but you know that it's just that in the past it's been abused.
I understand.
Is there a limit to the 100? Can you use 100,000 a week?
No. If you buy one item and that's what it is, you can't go out and just keep doing that, because then you're violating procurement. I understand what you're trying to say. You can't do that because you're violating procurement. But if I'm purchasing, and I'm just using this for example, it went above, but you guys approved it. If we would have went with that air conditioning unit at 96,000, we would have just done that one. Can we then go buy another one for the same place? No, because then it becomes the same project, and you can't do that. That's against procurement. And some of those things probably were going on where you were getting dinged because they were doing that.
Well, you know, we had in the past a company that would take advantage of the city, and I think you found a way to neutralize that, which I appreciate. But I still hear that they're involved in contracts with the city.
Well, we approved this last one.
So
Yes.
If one of your directors decides to give them more money without your approval, well,
we went
money's gone.
We went out to bid on some of this, Mr. Doyle, and we followed the procurement again on the bidding process. So we are finding ways to different, and I'm a big believer on the state contracts, so we can go that route too. So to answer your question without answering your question, we can follow state contracts too.
Well, I'll speak to you later about
Exactly. And there's, again, I can't answer because there's more on the executive session.
Thank you. But at least I got that out here. And again, is there any problem with having a study session about it and having legal guide us whether if it's feasible to do it or not? That's the reason that I'm getting behind this. You know, you can explain to us how feasible it is, and if it's not, if it's going to be burdensome or cumbersome, for the time being, yeah, we can continue with the process that is at hand. But at least we looked into it, and in the future be prepared for anything that might come up the road in case we have to make a more positive change. Again, Mr. Kramer, not that I just say that none of us know if we're going to be here from one day to the next. The way the world is nowadays, a meteorite can fall on top of us and they'll say, oh, finally it got John Doyle. Thank you. Anyway.
Well, you should trust your hiring if I'm not here, that you're going to hire somebody just as capable, hopefully. And I don't think we should base it on the fact that for some reason you're driving me out somehow, or maybe somebody's out there to run me down. But nevertheless, I am here. I'm planning to be here. I'm planning to make this city good in a better light and working with that. So
I honked.
And I support you for that, Mr.
I honked my horn and I didn't hit you, so.
So Mr. Diaz, I was running through the rain today. So
the motion's to have it later on the study session. Put in a study session for a later meeting. That was your motion, right?
And it can be any time. It doesn't, it's something to look into in the near future. It can be next month or whatever. So whatever.
And second by Mr. Bonilla.
Whatever you decide, Mayor, I'll leave it in your hands. And yeah, because I'm not going to put a deadline or a date on having the study session. I'm just saying, I'm moving for the council that we just talk about it. That's all. And that if anything, if we talk about it, we're all going to be the wiser for it.
Yeah, you did a motion in a second, so.
Yeah, so it could be, you guys want to put it in a future agenda as a study session?
That's also fine.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
No.
Oh, that one no? Put it in a study session.
2 noes.
No. For just a study session to be more informed.
Discussion.
Okay, so 3 noes.
Jorge?
Do you want to do a roll call? Make it easy.
All right, roll call. I'll say aye.
what was the motion?
To put it in a study session on a future agenda item.
The motion was to have a study session with regard to the expenditure limitation for the manager at a future study session and the impact to the procurement code that would have.
Aye.
No.
No.
Aye.
Aye.
4-3, it passes. Put it in a study session on a future agenda.
It'll be on there in 2029.
We'll look into. Number 9, orders and consideration possible action of order 2025-07-020, an order of the Council of the City of Nogales, Arizona, appointing Ms. Mary Darning to the Nogales Santa Cruz County Public Library Board as a member at large.
This is open for discussion. Yes.
You got a motion first? Or go ahead. You want?
I make a motion to table this agenda item until we had some people come and speak here, and I would like to see the Board of Trustees see if they can come up with another person for the next meeting. Just because we have people that were concerned, and I think that they voiced their opinion. They weren't concerned with the job he has done. What they got a little bit concerned was her affiliation within her party. So, and I understand why they're concerned, and they voiced their opinion. So, I think I want to make a motion to table this agenda item for next month.
You got something to say, Ms. Montes?
Yeah, I have some questions.
Go ahead.
Is it time? Well, we have the library director here. So if I may, Mr. Kramer, I'd like to know how any person on the board is selected or elected. I don't know. Maybe they have their own process.
Yes, they have it's kind of a subset.
Good night, Mayor, Council. Yes, they have their library board bylaws, and anyone is able to join and come to the meetings. And then there's a recommendation that goes to the library president and we bring it forth to you. If we have, for now, I know there's 4 representatives for Nogales and one each for the county. It comes to you, and as it has been or might be tabled, it's your decision. So if you want me to take it back, or you want the library board president to come to the next meeting and explain more about the process, we're more than glad to do it. So, and I could also email all of you. I'll email Mr. Kramer the bylaws. That way you have them and you know how the process is.
Okay. I have one more question. And so basically, you're governed by your bylaws, in terms of like selecting the person. The board does it.
Yes.
Okay. So is this also kind of advertised outside those parameters so other people could be interested and just kind of fill out a form of some sort?
Yes, and the board members are always invited to invite other people. So they're always they either invite people and we also mention it at the meetings. Whoever's interested, please come to the board and either call to the public or email the board president or email myself, and I take that to the board.
Yeah. And where are the meetings held?
Here.
Here. You see, that's why I'm asking. Thank you. I didn't know a little bit about the process in selecting the board members. But okay. So I have one more question. Is it by majority? Is that how this person that we are about to approve selected?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Yes, when you follow their process, is there some type of policy that says, what the requirements are? Any discrimination policy?
Yeah, the board bylaws, they're governed, it says there's no political affiliation. They're not supposed to have any conflict of interest. There's a guideline for all the board members that they're supposed to follow.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Montiel.
In your bylaws, is there a conflict of interest if you are affiliated to any party? Let's say for Mary's case, like a political party?
No, it doesn't go specifically. If for some reason they have a conflict of interest, they're supposed to excuse themselves. It doesn't go specifically into a party or anything like that.
It doesn't?
No.
Okay, thank you.
My question would be, a board member, like the position she would hold, she's not the sole decision maker of anything. It's the whole board, correct?
Yeah, it's the board, and they're an advisory board. At the end of the day, I answer to the city manager. So, they help out with programs and anything to do with the county library, city and county. So, no, they would be an advisory board. They would not make a decision.
Which will be basically no changes to library work and no changes to functions and all that. Goes out through the board, comes to the city manager and works, which, you could be connected to a party, connected to social group or whatever. It all comes to the board and the decision is from the board and then follows the process.
Correct.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Councilman Doyle?
Yes, Mayor, I think there's another thing that we have to look at. It's already creating division in the community with this election, and it's just going to get, the drift is going to widen. It's going to become a bigger problem. It's going to make all of you guys look bad at the public library, and we don't want that. We need the citizens of Nogales to be able to trust the library and feel that it's a tool, it's an asset, it's something that they can rely on, that they can trust their kids to go over there and not cause a division where some parents are going to feel uncomfortable with their kids going now to the library. That's what I'm looking at. Thank you.
Councilwoman Montiel?
I don't want to argue about this at all, but I'm just trying to get the connection between appointing this specific person to creating an environment that is conducive to some of the things that were said. we all want a library that people feel safe, and especially children and so forth. But they're governed by laws, right? And you have your rules, and you, at the end of the day, it's Mr. Kramer who supervises and will agree on things and approve things. So these people are just on the board to do what board usually members do, right? But if there is something that needs, the curriculum, for example, that needs to be adopted, if they want to adopt a curriculum, it has to go to the city manager. The city manager will bring it back to us.
Correct.
Okay, thank you so much.
Councilman Bonilla.
I think that the concern that these people have is the power of influencing the actual board of trustees. That was their concern. Obviously, I think they understand how the board of trustees works for the library, but that was, they felt very, I guess the word spooked is the word I'm looking for, because of her position in her party. We can definitely, or they can definitely look for someone else that, obviously everyone has a party affiliation, but I don't think any of the members there have a ranking position in their political affiliation. So that was their concern. Obviously, I think they understand that it's an advisory board, but it's a person that they feel uncomfortable being there advising her political stance. And that's what I understand, that it is an advisory board, but these people view it very differently. And it's on both sides. It's on the evangelical side, and it's on the Catholic side. So we need to be a little bit more sensitive on what people are wanting and why they feel uncomfortable.
Thank you. Anybody else have any comment? Is there a motion? Yeah, to table, right? Was there a second? Second. All in favor? All opposed?
Nay.
We'll table it. Number 10, city manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor. All right, I haven't done it in a couple months, so I think I'll get you caught up as quick as possible. I was in contact with Adrian Guerrero from Union Pacific. I don't get out that much like this, but I did have breakfast with him. He's the Vice President of Public Affairs for the southern part of this country for Union Pacific. And he and I chatted, I gave him pictures, and we are working now, or I am working with Lupe Valdez to create a situation where they'll start cleaning the right-of-way, but we will do that with our park employees. We will pay they will pay park employees off when they're not working for the city, and they'll use our equipment, which will get paid for use of the equipment as well. I'm trying to get at least on a 2 to 3 month basis to start with MVD and work their way south. Because if you look at their right-of-way, it's not very clean. And it's certainly a good thing for us to start doing, because they do it once a year, if that. Because if you drive down from Mariposa Grand heading north, you'll see those weeds are taller and turning into places of interest over there. They're very tall. So they haven't done it in years. So I'm trying to work on that, and I'll run that through again for you guys. I'm working with an IGA that's never been done with ADOT law enforcement. They are meeting with them next Tuesday. They are coming down because we don't have an IGA. We've never had an IGA with ADOT law enforcement. I am meeting with them. Mark set that up to meet, and I went from there to there to there, connected the dots. But 3 of them are coming down to set up an IGA as helping with our police department. And again, that's never been done with the city of Nogales for law enforcement. So that's going to be something good. Hopefully it works out well with us and saves us money. It's Major Jack Johnson that's coming down. I will bring facility use agreements. I'm working on those, and certainly I'll bring those for the next agreement, and certainly you'll get discussion more in that later. We already know the budget was approved. Thank you. The fuel pump station, and we're working on location. We're going to talk about that for something that you've already paid for it, by the way. We went out to bid. We already did all that. So it was more than 100,000, so you already approved it, but we are going to look at possible location for that. Thanks to our IT, and again, this was approved on last year's budget. The new generator is in place with Unisource, IT, and of course, Public Works people. Thank you, everyone. The chiefs helped with that, so our new generator is in place right down below. We are working to then get, hopefully, we need to get transformers in because those transformers are as old as this building, but hopefully within the next 5 years, again, we'll go out to bid for that because it is going to cost money. Dogway stations, city ordinance signs have been installed in the parks. You'll see that one's already right down here. Thank you for the Parks and Recs. Thank you, David and Leo, certainly are working to that. So that's a city ordinance that you did pass, and we are going to start putting those signs up, as well as we're working on putting the signs for the ordinance that you guys passed a year before I got here on air brakes. We're going to start putting those up North Grand Avenue, of course, working with ADOT. I'm going next Friday with Leo to Sierra Vista to meet with the director, Tammy Jo, the 911 center. The chief was over there a couple weeks ago. I want to get a perspective of what the city manager, where we're doing with it, because again, you as council need to be part of that decision-making process of what the new 911 center is, because as council, you approved the 1.2 million to contribute towards the 911 center for the grant, which we will be working at the Armory. I'm going over there to get more of what they're working with in the state and every agreements, and I'm going to attend one of their meetings, which is kind of nice. I will bring back more information on Mr. Doyle. This is your interest too, again, with the dumping station and what are the requirements. We have a meeting next week, I believe, or 2 weeks with ADEQ. We'll get that. I'm already working. I've reached out and chatted with one of the Pima County officials that's in charge of the Pima County dump station. I actually knew him from when I worked up there, so we had a nice conversation. But nevertheless, I will bring everything back from Pima County in regards to that. I believe the Santa Cruz County may be changing their directions of this. Thank you, Saldo, for bringing that to my attention, for stopping in my office and chatting with me about that. I'll bring all that back to you in August. Again, we're going to do a study session, but not on this. We're going to do a study session on the rate study, because this was asked by, again, our guys, Michael Vasquez and Kevin Burnett, for a rate study. Also, we're going to do an energy study and the WIFA loan study, and we'll do it on July 30th at 10 a.m. And Michael Vasquez, Kevin Burnett from Wheeldon Financial Services will be here, and a team from Franklin Energy to discuss. Again, somebody asked for a rate study. I believe, Mr. Doyle, you did that too, right? So we're getting a rate study, and you're going to see what they actually say. So we'll get more information regarding that. It's 10 a.m., July 30th. We will be doing that. Thank you, Noe Garcia, the interim public service director. I brought him in 2 weeks ago. I know, much to the chagrin of some people, but I stuck with him because I know he's doing a good job. I know that he's up front, and I know that the people now already know what kind of a hard worker he is, because he put in 24 hours last weekend trying to help get things, and he was there, and I know that he's working hard on that, and certainly it's a good thing that, and he said he's only going to give 2 years. So there's one guy that's probably going to be leaving then in 2 years. With Noe in those 2 years, certainly we will be grateful for that. And we did meet with Terrell Murray of KE&G. We examined Edward Street. Again, that's probably going to be more than 100,000. So I will be bringing that to council, because we need to fix Edward Street sooner than later. And there's a lot. I know you have 24 million unfunded, certainly, that you already knew about, but that street, we are going to tackle that ASAP. We're going to have to borrow from Peter to pay Paul, and we're going to have to do it out of our M&O, but I'll bring that back as well. And they are with a state contract up to $2.5 million, but we will certainly use them. The city of Sierra Vista, Yuma, I'll bring all their credentials. I'll bring all their recommendations from other cities and municipalities that they utilize this company. So they are and they do actually work for Liberty Utility in Rio Rico. Work starts July 15th, the administration building, with what we already approved. Kyle just sent me the email this morning to start with the abatement and start getting that building ready. The towers were passed. I know the mayor had a question of that. I think he talked with we discussed it. Everything is good to go, so the towers will get that check for 325. You see that the fire control systems are in place in this building, which you never had those. For 10 years or 15 years, you went without systems. Well, now you have it. Something changed. You got new fire systems in this building. You're up to date. And now you're also going to have that over in Public Works, which doesn't have them, and they're doing that as well. And then it's going to trickle down to all the other buildings, but it's less than 100,000, so I approve those. And they're going into the Council of Aging, the library, other facilities that are going to get their new fire systems upgraded. I think we got 4 vehicles given to us from the state for the 5 vehicles that we inherited from the Stone Garden funds, because you guys approved the Stone Garden. 5 vehicles from Santa Cruz County. Since they did not approve Stone Garden, we were giving those vehicles. Correct, Chief? Yes, it is.
Keep going, Chief.
And the other thing is, I want to just say happy 4th of July to each and every one of you. Good luck on this, because I know that the team is out there doing their job. I am going to just letting you know, I haven't taken a vacation in 7 months, whatever. I'll be gone for a few days. You're in good hands with the chiefs. You're in good hands with council. You're in good hands with David's going to be there, Parks and Recs. Everyone's on board. I know that the festivities are well planned out, so it's going to be very good. So happy 4th. I think that's my report.
Go ahead, Mr.
One thing.
Oh, no, one other thing. I'm sorry. The biggest thing, I left that off. Sorry. Thank you for bringing this up. But this is another thing that's pretty big. I was questioned why I hired a lobbyist, Mark Barnes. Well, I'll tell you what. The lobbyist that I hired got us 1.5 million, 2.9 million, and 1.8 million, for a total of 6.2 million that we got from the state of Arizona, thanks to our contingent of our local representatives, as well as across the board Republicans and Democrats. I'm not singling anybody out, but the city of Nogales got 6.2 million in the last budget that was approved, that I hired a lobbyist. Mr. Doyle, it's never been done before in this city, so I did break a trend again of doing something different, but I did get money. Instead of being withholding money, I brought money to the city.
You just cut yourself a lot of slack. But I got one more question, though. You have another great grand writer sitting back there, Mr. Guerra. I'm wondering, because I haven't heard recently bringing any money into the city, and he's always done that in the past. Can he give us a little something on?
It's not on the agenda. It's not on the agenda.
It's not. We can't talk about it.
No.
Oh, you can't get a report on it.
Just to me.
Can you give a report on it? Is there anything coming up?
Well, we're all working on it together as a team to get grants.
All right,
And then-
thank you.
And again, I can't bring that up because the stuff, again, your question, and I'm bringing over there.
I thought it was just part of the report or something. Maybe it slipped, but that's okay.
Mr. Chairman, Mark Barnes you hired him when?
February.
And all these 3 projects were not in the system yet?
They were in the system.
They were in the
for
system.
a couple of years. But it has been 2 years, I think, with Seago and everyone else. But he helped convince. I traveled over to Sierra Vista. I did some I am very, very rarely do I do politics. But I said, again, I stuck my neck out for the city of Nogales, and I did it. And I did make a few phone calls across the aisle to help get this done. So, again, it's something that hasn't been done that I brought forward.
Thank you. Because all these 3 projects have been talked to Siegel and had gone through.
It's been a process that they haven't, and now we got it.
Through
And it's certainly industrial.
our senators and all that.
And Industrial Park Road, and there's certainly that, too bad he wasn't here, but certainly it's going to behoove South 32, because it's going to be Frank Reed Road and the road running along, which is, I'll get it, on La Quinta Road as well.
Yeah. Now, can I make a question on Frank Reed Road? There's a comment.
The issue is that manager's report's not, there's no details, and so we really can't get into discussion on a report. but if you want to follow up with Joel after.
Yeah, I'll follow up on Frank Root. I'll put it on my future agenda items. Okay, I move to move into executive session. Second, all in favor? Aye. We'll move to executive session for items 11, 1 through 5. Thank you. Reconvene from executive session. Make a motion.
Move to adjourn from executive session.
A second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, now we go to the pending items. One was discussion item on number 8. Number 1, discussion and possible action of in-kind support submitted by the mayor's office for the Nogi Fest event to be held at Cordova Park City Hall on Saturday, September 27, 2025 from 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion passes. Number 2, discussion possible action of in-kind support submitted by Circle of Peace for the 13th annual Nogales Bicycle Classic event to be held on Morley Avenue on Saturday, October 25th, 2025 from 7 a.m. to 2 p.m. Do you have a motion?
Was there a request that I provide
Yes, sir.
explanation?
Please.
Okay. So, Mayor and Council, you've authorized me to explain some legal advice with regard to in-kind contributions. And that is that in-kind contributions have to be looked at as if the city is providing financial support. And in order to provide financial support, it has to comply with the Arizona Constitutional Gift and Loan Clause. And there's a lot of legal issues and aspects that go with that. So each in-kind request would typically be looked at on a case-by-case basis. For example, what was just approved with the Nogi Fest, that is although the city's providing in-kind support for that Nogi Fest, that's a city sponsored event. So essentially the city's providing in-kind contributions for its own self. So there isn't a gift and loan clause issue. Now with regard to the Circle of Peace 13th annual bicycle race, and I understand, this is the 13th annual, and maybe this is the first time that the in-kind contribution issues come up, but they're asking for a substantial in-kind contributions of 12 police officers, porta potties, stage, road closures, all those things. So we look at that as, okay, what is the cost to the city for those employees that have to come out and set up for the road closures? That's going to be on a Saturday. There's going to be overtime costs. What is the cost for the setup and takedown of the stage and the covering, the canopies, different things like that, the cost of the law enforcement, all of those things. And you're looking at what we'd estimate close to $10,000 in costs to the city for that contribution. And so then the question is under the gift and loan clause, what would be the legal justification for the city to be able to provide essentially $10,000 in funding to this organization? Is this a city-sponsored event? And I think the answer is no, that the city's not involved in, or this isn't a city-sponsored event. So then would it be appropriate or legal for the city to provide that type of financial contribution to, although a nonprofit that does a lot of good and a lot of activities in the city, but what would be the legal justification for providing that kind of contribution to that organization? And so without any additional information or knowledge as to where those funds are going to be used, they're charging entrance fees and they're raising funds from this as a fundraiser event. Where are those, if they could explain where those funds are going that would benefit the residents of the community and provide the city with some type of basis for a contribution of that magnitude, that would be something that we would need to look at. But also as expressed to the council, if the council approves an in-kind contribution or the council approves a financial benefit to a private organization, again, whether it's a profit, nonprofit, or even an individual, and that violates the gift and loan clause, the council could ultimately be personally liable for that type of violation. There are constant cases being brought against municipalities for improper use of funds or providing essentially taxpayer funds to benefit a private organization. And there are entities out there that will file suit, that bring claims and stuff, like the Goldwater Institute and stuff like that. So that is what has been explained to council and has been provided. And again, as I explained, I provide legal counsel and advice. I don't make decisions. It's a council decision with regard to how to go forward. If you want, you could table this, and you could ask for Circles of Peace to come back and provide more detailed information as to how the funds that are being raised and used from this event are being reinvested into the city to help residents. That there would have to be a justifiable basis for the city to provide financial support to this organization for this event, other than just an application asking for in-kind support.
Go ahead, Councilman Doyle.
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to table this item.
Second.
For getting more clarity on and more communication with Circles of Peace.
Thank you. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Everybody said aye?
I think Councilmember Parada fell asleep. Oh, sorry. Oh, I was just kidding. Sorry.
Okay. Yay.
All in favor again? Aye.
It's late.
All opposed? Motion passes to table. So we'll table it and address them and see if they could. Legal, could you give us questions and that would be needed to do the satisfaction?
Yeah, we can look
support?
into providing what would be required to comply with the gift and loan clause.
Okay, thank you. With that said, Mayor's and Council report on events. Mr. Bonilla? Mr. Doyle? Ms. Menendez?
We are having a silent auction August 23rd at 6:30 at Whitman Museum. All the proceeds would go to the IME Becas. If you want to donate anything for the silent auction, we're more happy to accept it. That's all.
Ms. Montiel?
Mayor, I will see everybody at the 4th of July, and I'm excited about it. And I know that the police and the fire department and Parks and Rec, Mr. Kramer, and all the city employees that are involved have done a great job in organizing. So I'll see you on America's birthday on Friday.
Starting at 10 a.m. Starting at 10 a.m. with the parade.
At 10 a.m. at the parade downtown. And after the parade, the festivities start at 4 o'clock at Turley Park.
Thank you. Ms. Parra?
I have nothing. I was going to say about the parade downtown. We'll all be there.
Vice Mayor?
I don't have any.
Okay, basically on the current report, I was in Mexico City talking about our borders. It's like it was a very nice experience talking to both federal parties, U.S. and Mexico, talking about the importance of our border, trying to get Century Lane and Mariposa, and looking at the future of our Deacon City port. We said it at the Port Authority meetings, those minutes that we were given to talk I said it was worth $1 million. They corrected me, it was worth $1 billion, because that's what the proposed estimate amount of the Deacon City port is going to be beyond $1 billion. On the 20th, I met with Karen Robson, just opening up to hear what she thought about Nogales and how she could support Nogales. Did my diligence in being present. On the 23rd, I was at Karen Park on the unveiling of the historic plaque that they put right there. Talks about the U.S. and Mexico history and how everything started here at the border. Then just this last Thursday and Friday, I was at the Arizona Mexican Commission. I was able to, they gave me a private meeting to all mayors, Yuma, Douglas, San Luis, and ourselves, to talk to both governors on the importance of what we had to say, being that they already knew about what we wanted to do at the borders. My interest with the governor and both governors was the flow of legal crossers, which is very important to our community, the water issues, the train, and the support on the city to redo and get support on doing our water lines and throughout the city, because we inherited old water lines. So I threw all that on the table for the governor to look into how we could get support for our water lines also. Anything else? Any future agenda items? Mr. Bonilla?
Mr. Kramer, I need to, Councilwoman Melendez and I wanted to see Innova here do their presentation on the Vista del Cielo project. So it's been almost 2 months and we haven't seen Innova here doing the presentation.
Yeah, I think we're scheduled once they start next month, this month, July. August will be the first report.
Mr. Doe?
Mayor, with the items we're going to be having the next couple of weeks, I don't have anything at this moment.
Ms. Melendez? Ms. Montiel? Ms. Parada?
Nothing.
Vice Mayor? The one thing I'd like to throw out, Mr. Kramer, is I'm getting calls again on Frank Reed with the big truck traffic. See, we could see, what's going to be the final determination. We put so many signs around that road. This morning I got a call about 3-4 trucks going in through that road early in the morning. I know we put bigger and bigger signs every year, but it's a constant travel of semi trucks going through there, and we have speed bumps, my friend, but they continue to do it. One thing was mentioned, unfortunately, the school, sometimes they have delivery trucks going to the school, which is but the other thing was, I know we looked at it in the past about maybe, because the drivers always say that the Google Maps throws them through that area or through that street. Is there a way to, address Google Maps and eliminating that street for trucks? So that's my agenda item. See what could be done there. And besides that, baseball galore this weekend. State tournament at Memorial Park, 2, 5, and 8 Saturday and Sunday. Monday also. Tuesday, 9 a.m. at Memorial, 2, 5, and 8 at Flesher. Wednesday the same, 9 a.m. at Memorial, 2, 5, and 8 at Flesher. Thursday the same. And then on the 15th, we start getting the regional teams, which is right now we're still at 11 teams coming to town. Well, 10 because Nogales will be the host team for the tournament. They won, so Nogales won, and they'll be at the regional tournament. Parade will be Wednesday the 16th at 3 p.m. However, we do have the meet and greet at noon at Chitapinos on the same day, the 16th. So you're invited to. We normally meet and greet the coaches and the umpires crews that come for that. So hopefully everybody could join us. So I've got move to adjourn this meeting. All in favor? All right. Meeting adjourned.